And hello everyone, it is the next session of the Great Ace Attorney. Finally I fixed all the issue with gamepad, so now it's working as intended. Alright, now let me check. And by the way, it's very nice that they changed in the background, depending on your current position in the game. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing. Alright, I believe everything's working. So yet again, how was he killed, and why it was written in Russian, I still don't quite understand this. It's very strange. Wait a second. Is there really a blood here? Can't really see it. Don't even know what happened here. Okay, move this game cursor. Don't need it at all. So, I did save several times to check actually and test my controllers, and the last one is this one, so I hope. Yeah, at 11 PM. Oh yeah, I don't know what to do, but it's like nothing to examine except to talk to him. And wait a second. Oh. Yeah. Our policeman in this bus. What's it called? So they fight it with Captain? Oh, you're back. Hey, Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'll give you permission to investigate, hello rework. Contempt. He told me he'd pound me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the tumbling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said that he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Kuluk01's. I don't think he was German though. Oh, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? He can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. About this detective? Oh, Mr. Holmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. Suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's sure Polish, was all he said. Sure Polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, was a piece of broken glass, do you see? Or perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Oh yeah, that must be it. But how could Mr. Holmes know that it's sure Polish? It leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it? Susato-san. Well... Kazuma-sama was wearing a leather shoes with a very dark tan hair. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, sir. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes and they scuffed on the floor? A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark may be Kazuma's shoes, found by the victim's body. Okay. Actually examine it. But there's nothing to examine at all. So it looked like a bell to me, but now I don't know. What, Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Do you know who she is? What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I've set him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? So now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? To be honest, there's very little more I can do. My duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Oh, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. What? Yes, do tell, Inspector, please. Oh, let's see. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. It's what's inside the camera, isn't it? Police medical officer has finished his examination of the body. Oh, it's report? Okay, in this case, why it's attached to it, like this. Okay. Kazuma's postmortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? There's two envelopes. Damage to the cervical vertebra? Is what's written in the report? What is this? Cervical vertebra means his throat or what? Not sure. I don't know what this is. His neck was broken? Yeah. Neck. Yeah, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds on other signs of injury. So, at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. What weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Even if you use the sword, I mean. This one on the floor can be a blunt object, but I don't know. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. If it was an instant death, he cannot write this. Yeah, hello, Kuluk. Yeah, the third one? You missed two of them? It's the second episode. And it's actually continues the plot of the first one. And how it's done much better than the original. Original's games were like plain, mostly he was checking everything around and next it was a course scene. Here it's from court, same as usual, but next it's quite different. Especially I like this character, Sherlock Holmes. He's the best one here. Because the detective in the original game was... I forgot what was his name starting from Key. In English it was Gumshoe. He was pathetic as a detective. Well, there's two detectives, not just one, and both of them are good. Yeah, originally in 2015, that's right. Oh, Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report, so this is one detective from Japan that's pretending to be, well, a sailor, because he was like bodyguard, etc. And as detectives, he's quite good. Well, he's trusting me from the very beginning. Same actually for Sherlock Holmes. He also, well, he had some strange conclusion, but changed his mind almost immediately. Have a second copy of the report. Might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. So Gumshoe was bullshit. These two are good. Yes, it's fine, I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? I will. I will. Just got another request. So I need to mix them. In addition to Resident Evil. So there will be like 2 Resident Evil games, a Shenmue for Dreamcast, the second part of this. Next another Resident Evil, I believe it will be another Shenmue. It's basically an undubbed version of it for Dreamcast. I will definitely be playing this one. Because it has better translation, original translation was terrible. Alright, a report from the SS Buddhist medical officer given the cause of death as a cervical spine injury, and there were no traces of external injury or poison. But they were released in 1 or 2 years between them. Isn't it? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. Should I turn to my post? My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, it might be for the best. Thank you. Oh, Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh no? Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asagi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. They were all poisoned, isn't it? Heavy head? That's interesting. It's still throbbing too. And so what? Well, I did finish talking with him about you. You? Where did you go? Sorry, I just went to the next cabin to what? To investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hasanaga did. It's new Japanese. Was it? Later, I will roll him into a bowl and throw him in cauldron. Yeah, let's go back to guarding the door. Inspector Hasanaga doesn't find himself into much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? And wait a second, did you finish Egypt from Human Entertainment? I remember I was playing it. Yes, indeed, I was. When we get back to Japan, you'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Will be there any anime adaptation of this like with the first one? It could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. Wait a second. Why the table is not covered again? Then this one. Don't tell me that I need to check some again. Usually it's just a very small additional information. Nothing special. And this one, okay, let's check it again. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. So they're all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Same for the second cabin. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? To look after the ship's property. Early behavior in the cabins leads to damage. It really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are untidy. Really such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is show polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. Suppose this must be from Kazuma's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a word detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Is it? He was not killed at all? So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink. It was somehow spilled on the floor. Kazuma? And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It seemed to be an obvious pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unamused, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Wait a second, what's here? Is it the same table? It's where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. Yes, the same. I can hear a faint, whistling sound. Well, look like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Okay, and he's writing here on this page. Well, of course, Kuluk, you watched all the Sherlock Holmes adaptation Russian one, I mean. USSR. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. I have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. You will? Okay, now it's marked. Marked. Mark? Except this one. So, this window later joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seems as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Let's see. So that's all. It's really all. Or not? Let's see. Why? Actually, the first game was also not released in the West until 10 years later. This game at least just spent on the shelf for 6 years, so it was released earlier than the first one. Because of Sherlock? Kinda strange. So, rules of passage to travel aboard the SS Buddha. In this case, why they didn't change the Japanese dub? Because he's still Sherlock here. Passenger, wait a second. You cannot have any rights if person died more than 50 years ago in Britain. So there cannot be any copyright for this box. It's impossible. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So what? So what? In America, 50 years. That's all. Doesn't matter, have you relatives or not. Relatives are relatives. They are not part of original person. So by bringing your pet on board, Miss Power has broken the rules. That's why I'm fighting any copyright in this world. There should be no copyrights because they're not protecting anything. They're done by greedy people who are not even related to any work. Music, book, game, etc. So, copyright is actually pure evil, and who's supporting it evil as well? She called it secure friend, didn't she? Yes, also we don't know what form this friend takes us yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside that journal case in your having. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse is the clone of Felix itself. Let's see. Well, it depends who created it, but it might be in public domain already. Let's see. There's a list of public domain for the next year. Yeah. Mickey Mouse will enter the public domain in the year 2024, so 1 year and a half left, and there will be no copyright for it. No, they did not. It's a public domain this year. What? I'm not googling, I'm looking copyright for Mickey Mouse. In 2024 it will be public domain. Officially, there's nothing changed. It was created in 1928. Copyright is on an anonymous or pseudonymous body of artistic work expires. Because of this, everything is according to the law. Not every single book for Lovecraft, some is still copyrighted. But you just need to wait and that's all. But how Sherlock can be copyrighted is a mystery to me. Is there any other rules in UK? So, 1 year and a half and you can draw it in any game you want. There might be tons of games with him, because of this, I don't know. Wait a second. So, I check already everything, isn't it? I didn't do it. What does it mean? How to continue? Let's see. I cannot move. I can move? Let's see. Maybe something new here. Oh. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Enough? The Merely a Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la? Do you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-lira-lira-lay? I did it the great detective way? This Caroline, I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. It's a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Paul's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely before that stringing knot screwman comes back. Stroganoff, not stringing knot. But let me check this mousetrap. Why do we have a mousetrap here? Oh, wait a second, the detective is right here. Oh, it's Mr. Holmes, look! No, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? Seems to be stealing a look at something as he signs to himself. La lira lira lay, did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Achievements? I have them turned off so I don't care. Or he's simply an extremely high spirits. Have every single achievement turned off for any game console and Steam of course. Especially that I have a modded game here. This is not original game, I already updated it. It's pre-installed mods, first unlocking 60 FPS, second updating the controls to DualSense, and the third one actually changing the music to how it was on 3DS, not in this remaster. So it's very close to original except it's not dual screen. Would like to play it on 3DS, but it has no good translation. Yet. Wait a second. Last time I was checking was a year ago. And there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yarn bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's like Sherlock was about. Excuse me? I saw it all and I so tall I did it, the great detective. Mr. Holmes! What's it? You want to fight, huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. So I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? It only enabled achievements for this teeny bunny because the game is unfinished and it was covered almost every single variant that is possible to uncover except one single one. If it was hidden, Mr. Holmes seems to be examining something before we interrupted you. Oh yeah, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, espied by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Truly a student from the land of the rising sun, you've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. So what do you mean, Mr. Holmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. You would seem the same crewman of stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an always religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes it in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. So this gunshot would never ever even figure this out, isn't it? And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused a seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The record kept by the crewmen assigned to the first-class cabin area. There were virtually no entries from 2 AM until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy for a great detective. Let me check it. Can I turn it around? No. Wait a second, why can't I use a magnifying glass on this? What's the point? Unreadable anyway. Oh, I'm starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sherlock Holmes brilliant. Holmes brilliant. Oh my God. Very funny. What is it? Are you hurt? Don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a trembling head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Still singing to himself, I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Sato-san? You seem lost in thought. Just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous problem. You too? No, it's empty. Of course. Is it open? This power isn't back yet. To the sun. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are your private things. Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. You must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, we have to. Yes, we will. Oh my, this power's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, my friend said she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Burian. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Do you think? There could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is the ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to pursue herself, isn't she? Suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. I don't remember it's our cabin, isn't it? Was it here? Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruto-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, the special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a few books on the desk, nothing else but the look of it. Miss Paula only ran away from the bullet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. Wait a second, I also forgot to check postmortem. Mail for Easter? Something between 1 AM and a little past 2 AM? So it's in this, he cannot write this, it's kinda obvious. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area, no obvious external injuries or traces of poison. And that's all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Paula enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's hard to ask too much of people. Naruto-san hardly remembers that. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Paola only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. It could be easy. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. Played 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san? All the books have doubled over together, look. Every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? It's doubled too, though. It's exactly the same as a bookcase next door. Whoa. Was it a sudden stop or what? Government's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Paula was practicing difficult ballad pose and fell again in the bookcase? I don't know, would she really be practicing ballads on the same night she ran away from your ballads company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Let's do it like this on the stage. Oh yeah, they displayed in this cabin too, look. The SS various rules of passage. Passenger must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Suppose Miss Paula Lee said she needed to keep the contents of her keys a secret after she reads this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared now. It's really having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. There's one of these next to the bed in Catherine's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. Can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. It's not connected, but... No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. No, there was sound, so... kinda strange. Don't want them, we are trying to investigate in secret. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, also, what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Or maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled bond coming out of this ventilator. What's that? Silent here. Shut down the engine immediately and vessel sighted a quarter mile for. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What will happen with the books in this case? Oh there! Simply about to crash into another ship. What? Can't stand. Hasan, follow me! Sato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruhide-san. Looks like we... Yes? See what happened to the box? It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... the ship has come to a stop. Goodness! What about you, Naruhide-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. It closed? Oh, that's why the door was closed. It explains everything already. The door was actually opened. Oh, is anyone in there? Shoot if you need assistance. That sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Is it you inside, Naruhide-san? Unbolt the door quickly. The game explains herself what happened here. What, the bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? Susato. No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhide-san, you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first. First? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying out the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued already. Alright. $20 slots for everything. Okay. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What you doing in Miss Paula's quarters? By the way, I'll take a pause, be right back. In 1 minute. Alright, back. Look at this. Hard to have long hair. Very hard. So, what we are doing here? And what is your face? What's so strange color? Oh, you both look unhurt good. Yes, we are fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? I heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Oh, how did that happen? There are dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does it mean that someone pressed that button outside? You bigger intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? Been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my trunk case. How could you? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Paula. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Speak Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? And he's so as well. Vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe? I do. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stolen away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You're a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? A cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we'll be dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Inspector Hasanaga, is there nothing you can do? It's a Russian vessel. Really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. It's terrible. It's a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Oh, he's still here? Of course I can move. Solution. Wait a second. We still can expect everything again. Can't believe this. What are you doing here? What the... What are you doing up there? Oh my god. Mr. Holmes? Naturally. Was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't my jewelry, my boy. Oh no. Well, why were you hunting for that hook before you then? Is it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of bark and bones. Do I know whether to take this man seriously or not? What is this fighting pose? You again, the great detective. Oh, Inspector, confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buddha, has been solved. By me, naturally. Well, she is guilty. Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds. Illuminate. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. You have saw it? When Hedgehog understands this case. He all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when he found criminal in wardrobe. This is stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who has inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Nah, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. So no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not so-called a locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprits in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What is the entrance? We never discovered one. Wide nest open mouth at you and as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I can't put my arms through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. Your suggestion that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the teeny opening? It's not possible. Oh, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. House, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to this particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. House, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I'm ready. I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your curse. Behold. What's that? Well, it was obviously a snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. I don't like that actually Pavlova knew that the door was not closed. Mr. Holmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? It was not the snake? You must see and observe this distinction, however. Do you not think this precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? My goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. This case has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friends infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Oh. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. And woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi? Is a blunt weapon. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Simon. You wouldn't want the funds of that slow friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Intruder's identity. Miss Palova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. His whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet, you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And that very pain, that evidence, is your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on this portentous night? By nature, it was the friends with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? I suspected another telltale glance. Without doubt, your prince is a written serpent with sea force. And yet, that fact leaves us in wondering. The Beatles' heightened observations, oh my god. The night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markers do not fit the description anyway. What explanation can we then give, Brain? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Look at me, as this has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, and then behind your back. Yes, that's which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours. Shed his original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, saw the ventilator visible in his cabin. Your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cords on the other side, at the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. It's also not possible, and I know it for sure, because snakes cannot do simply this. On a cord, you can try, this will never happen. In the dim light, it appeared as a young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. For solid, of course it was possible, but it's not solid. It's the rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, you can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A blood speckled snake? So it's not a snake. But what? How Mr. Asagi died? Well, it was a blunt weapon, it cannot be poison. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The green demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data, of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury, so she actually killed him. Wrote this in Russian for some reason. For some reason, she knows English, isn't it? Why Russian? Because it's a panic or something? Obviously, she wrote it because she didn't know the names. Well, future culprit, Naruhodo. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Now, we take that as fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. No, it's a bit. Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Yeah, almost, but not quite. Imperceptible puncture wounds left the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friends. So yeah, actually, House here is really like the player, because it's what you will be thinking about this case from the very beginning when you started it. Well, it was I was thinking. At the very beginning, isn't it? That's right. No, how about other players? So he's actually a true Watson here. Countdown actually fell with Watson because Watson was too stupid, and actually same for Agatha Christie Hastings. He is perfectly much the player, because actually they expected the player was playing these games before, quests or detectives, etc. And every single Conan Doyle's novel and Agatha Christie's novel, they like wrote them for some for first time seeing the detective books. I don't know, because after you read like 3, 4, 5 of them, you start understanding how everything is working and can easily find who is actually who. It's very easy. But here, it's done very perfectly, much better than any of their books. This makes no sense. There's no point in ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hidden place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. The serpent assassin was ruthless inside, no doubt. He don't. The talents and the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. It was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You pulled the serpent through this ventilator. And wait, after periods, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the alien had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. I do believe that she actually entered the room to grab the snake. That's why she knew that the door was not closed. Shut. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Helen slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord. The creature needed only to sink its pants once. Yeah, it can descend, right, but it cannot climb back, so it's not possible. She actually entered this room. Well, you'll see. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. Can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. Just by even a snake's bite. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained your pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you'll observe a saucer of milk, the promise of food, and the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, It was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I mention an opinion, Mr. Holmes? But of course, what's in your mind? Just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. By the way, just recall one thing that I need to record. Okay, let me send this. This one. Alright. Now can continue. So, you are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Oh. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. And I really didn't know this. No matter, no doubt Miss Paola used some other threats to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example of that logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. Madam, what was it tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of flute? Sometimes the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so thin as to be practically useless. Don't take it out of the snakes, Mr. Holmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. That's right! Then try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Holmes. The point is, if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, couldn't have come back without help. So what was about whistling? Why whistling? What I'm trying to say, milk of course, is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. No, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Holmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again. You can't come so go. But it's cool. Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Spalva, months ago you claimed the following. Is this? It's nothing to do with me. This whole scene is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your uncanny smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on your face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Holmes has read you quite correctly, is it? Could there be some other way to interpret your expressions then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Paula. Oh my god, it's a claw scratch? Claw? It's kinda strange. Oh, Naruto-san, look! Looks like a very painful one. It's like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Very recently too. Well, whatever scratch here doesn't appear to be around here. Yes, but recall those horrid events. That claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and civil observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Paula, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Financially, it was the friends with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ours as expected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friends is the red-man serpent you see before us. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Paula's hand was made by this friend of yours, doesn't it? Can it be a monkey? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't your pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of yours? Should follow your gaze, Naruto-san. That's where you'll find the answer. Wait a second. It's a cat? And the well of cat? Nice. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Paula brought with you when she ran away. Spectacularly, exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe you'd better take a closer look at this. Where she actually found the snake in this case? There is a little cat Miss Paula is cuddling her. Oh, what a cute little kitten. Could mine with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san? What's that? Blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture at least, Miss Paula seems very attached to it. Hi! Without doubt, your friend and the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. He didn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victims write an observation on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, these specimens' markings do not fit the description anyway. What explanation can we then give Ray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary, even now, even behind your back. Yes. That which you're trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's melted skin. Do you see that? She just took something out of your pocket and hid it behind your back. If she had just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yeah, words like that are Mr. Holmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. So deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Paula hidden behind her back? Let's see. Well, it's speckled and it's a band, but what is it? It seems to be a soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth or of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. Think maybe a cat's toy? This is common in the West, apparently. How is it a toy for cats? Cats like to chain the bunch around and pout at it. Hens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and say wants to catch it. That sounds personally adorable. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. It was this toy that you dug through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. He was not asleep, but why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After your fallen friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Paula attempted to use a speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Oh. In summary, the nature of this threat of Miss Paula's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Attorney tells some felon, young Darka. It should be wait a second. Something like Chernish or something. It's proven to be, she must be caged or once found. Okay, I think I don't find the real name of the cat in the Wikipedia. But I will try. So, the great S attorney, not Wikipedia, some other wiki. Darka. Let's see. Maybe it was Darka, who knows? I need just hieroglyphs. Kurapoi. So yeah, blackish. Kurapoi. Kurapoi. That's right. Kurapoi. What? Your English name Darka is likely a play on dark. Darka is a Slavic name meaning gift. Slavic name of gift is Padarunok. Yeah, there's something like Darka, but are you kidding me? Who wrote this wiki? It's Padara, so Dar. But Darka? I don't know, it's like made up connection. Sorry. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka. Okay. Your friend, a kitten named Darka, and the tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. Blackish. Well, blackish doesn't sound good. Well, it's literal translation. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. If I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so natty. Maybe something lost in translation. Well, translation is good. What is not good is wiki that I found. It's very wrong conclusion why it was named like this. It was not. It's no connection. No, we count as a heart of the matter. Oh, wait a second, maybe it was thinking the translators. Well, I don't know who wrote it, but I doubt that it was translators. Going on, we count as the heart of the matter, the green demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? You'll finally figure it out? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. So it cannot be Snake. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. What Mr. Holmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body, but... So no one but neck was broken. That's right. But Mr. Holmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. You think about it, it's originally Japanese people translated Slavic into Japanese and translated... No. In Japanese, in the original, in this game, it was actually just blackish. Black. It's like kuru pin, just black pin. Doesn't sound good. So no, in Japanese it was Japanese. Not related to Russian at all. Just check it. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Post-mortem. Oh yeah, I also, by the way, found the undubbed version, the PAL version, undubbed version of Shenmue, or obviously will be playing it. So, what is good in this version is that all terrible translation is good now, and every single copyright was removed. So, Coca-Cola will be a Coca-Cola, a Coke, and Fanta will be a Fanta, not some fancy name. You don't like this? You want to see the censored translation? I mean, censored textures. There's updated textures in it. Well, okay, if you want to. You will... Well, what is this? Teach me gambling or something? Among these things... Oh, tell me gambling, right? It was this phrase. Among the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Oh yeah. I knew it was one or the other. Oh well, I would like to see the original Japanese version that was translated into English. Better. because I checked the screenshots and really they censored like everything, like with these Sherlock Holmes, which was censored into Scholz for some reason. He's Holmes in the original, in Japanese. And what is this? Coca-Cola was censored into Jet Cola? Very strange. Yeah, and it will be Japanese with English translation, but PAL version. So says shoot match, but I'm not sure. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the vocal vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Simon Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. No, Spark, it's up to you which version to play. So if you want the original PAL, it's funny translation, so yes. I see. The jury's out. Anyway, we have all good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if it takes that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. So, by the way, in my childhood I played many games that were dubbed, but when finally I got a PC, I downloaded undubbed version of them and replaced them all. They were much better than the original, just kinda visible. Now, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Sumle Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It had been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, by the way, Spark, there's also a prototype game of American version of Shenmue 2 for Dreamcast. And, well, it's not the full game like it was with, what was this called? Furor or something? Yeah, called Furor. Deep Furor. It's Deep Furor. Oh my god, I forgot. The ones that I played. So, it's already has several, like, debug menu, etc. on it. You seen this one? Is it complete? I don't know. Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. Oh, this one, the second one. Well, it's... I have no problem in read if it will be in hiragana and translate. Well, if it will be in kanji, I can simply use Google Translate. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the sense that could explain what happened? Wait a second, why should display this? Mark on floor and cat. He sleep on cat? So it was an accident? Well, I cannot see anything else except this. Can fail, of course. Well, I'll translate it into English, of course. Okay, let's present this. Hi! Hi? Yes. It's a bonus session. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. The particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax? Tallow? Endure? were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Alright, both games will be pulp. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asagi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Just now. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebra shattered. And in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't really like Xbox. I prefer Dreamcast. I don't know anything about this. Is it really true, Miss Paolo? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now, your unworldly glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in this Australian case? I don't believe it. Kazuma merely tipped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it. Now it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that what happened. What? And if this part of Mr. Hall's deduction is right, Miss Paola is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the directions that she just cast your eyes. Where I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Well, you really want to say that Sarah? A bottle? Wait a second. Let's check it. Oh, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It's been dropped now, son. It's been placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Holmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. She cannot hide Tiara. What about basket? Oh, you mean of the translated Xbox version? No, it must be original. Look, usually original means to me Japanese, or the original version without any updates in it. But the translated version of the Japanese, which was added with Xbox version something, it's definitely not original. So no. It must be Dreamcast only. This is a waste paper basket, perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Malwa only started occupying this cabin late last night. And Microsoft as well stole this Dino Crisis 3, isn't it? Many other games, maybe. So there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. So this one? Basket. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in this waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem, one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. What, he was disappointed because of this? It's kinda strange. No. Oh well, that's because English your native language, isn't it? No, I know that many people enjoy listening to something in their native language, but it's not working for me. So, Miss Paula, shall we consider what this tells us? And would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death? Since childhood, I didn't like double version, even for anime. It should be found as a waste rubber basket in your cabin. Oh, by the way, the first movie that I saw with subtitles was... Oh my god, who did this Cosmic Odyssey and Shining? Kubrick, right? His movie was with subtitles, officially in theaters. You were acquainted with this glass bell, have you not? And since then I thought that this is the best possible thing to watch in original, everything, no matter what. I don't know. That harsh Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The evidence linking Miss Paola and the little glass bell that would be... this one? No? If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Paolo. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Well, Japanese language just more close to me than English. Much closer, it's so easy to read it. I understand. It's English, it's like guessing every single time. Relationships and human interaction? Being a role-playing type story? Well, usually what I saw many English dubs ruins anime, movies, etc. if they were in Japanese. They completely misunderstand what's going on the screen, changing emotions, etc. It's very horrible. Well, I was talking about like Dragon Ball, for example, or Digimon, or Pokemon, especially Pokemon. What the heck is this translation? I don't know, they like adding jokes that had never been there. When it's dark, grim or something, there's like laughable jokes, just horrible. So I don't know, I need to like compare them to understand how it was translated. And the cause of that fatal stumble, maybe it was okay. Your absent failing friend, Darker. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. That's why tripping over a cat. So it's done. This concluded the episode. Elementary. Why Sherlock Holmes is still under copyright? Just why? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Paula? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darker, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and chopped it out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. Hmm? Yes, he was Sherlock Holmes. I actually heard it in the opening when they pronounced his name. And next in subtitles it was different because of the copyright. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator if I could stop her. And that is how you acquire the rather nasty wound on the back of your hands. I take it. Yes, because he is. I'd read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed dark with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, we thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. I always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. Just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. Heard her cry out and then... It was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... Once the appearance of the brown mark on the floor. It seems like that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buddha is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asagi was already off balance as a result of the ship crashing when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. The dark is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she disappeared again. Precious, the cat is as unsufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Paulson. Whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is... Piroshka? Huh? What? What? The snake belongs to you? He escaped from the cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I didn't expect to find him and... yeah. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But... animals are not permitted on board. Let's see, for 1 year. Want to be so long without close friends? Without someone who understands? Can you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear lonely fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom. Huh? Russia does not have venom. He's harmless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable like Rennie. It's venomless? Yes. Now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you'll see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Huh, like they say there. Milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. Rashka eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Oh. So... Is it what the mousetrap is the passageway out there is for? By the way, it's snail. Is it translatable into English? Because as I know there's no such word here. Well, in America for sure. And let's see. There's no such word. Can you believe this? There's no such word because there's no such food. So alternative translations is like cake or brownie, but brownie and cake are not even close to this. Well, it's definitely a dessert, but... Пирожка. I can show you a picture, but really it will be cake, and cake it's something else. Something like eclair? Well, eclairs exist. Let's see. Such thing exists, but they have different names. It's like category. But you can name it specifically. Baiser, for example. Let's see. Baiser will be Baiser. I mean, this. It's mostly a cream. You know Baiser? Let's see Wiki. How Wiki will name this? In English, of course. In English it's meringue or meringue. It's a type of dessert or candy often associated with Swiss, French, Polish, and Italian cuisines, traditionally made from whipped egg whites and sugar. No, so in Russian it's a type of dessert, so meringue and other desserts are all called pirozhenie. So in English there's no such equivalent. It's saying it's type of dessert, but this is specific type. So it's not just this meringue something. The other too, but it's not a cake. I said it's type, like cake. There's many cakes, differently made. So such type does not exist. Oh, let's see in the wiki again. Is there a translation of this type or not? Kinda interesting. Because I don't know alternatives. Wiki says only cake, but cake is not. Cake is another word in Russian. So no. Cakes here it's cupcake, torts and other things. Sad. Okay, the close one is cake, but not every cake is this one. Like 75% of cakes are not this one. So let's go. Is that what the monster in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the... Is this something so inept to land a stern row? It's my fault. I don't make up stories. My piroshka has nothing to do with this incident. So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. So just accident. Miss Power. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikadama? What lies? Miss Power just confessed everything. No, she's not. And it's kinda obvious. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. And House knows. I'm not great detective like Mr. Holmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can say that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. The discrepancy in Miss Power's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, simply a distraction. Distraction? I hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Huh? When did you do that? Especially as they are on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next portal. Yeah, Mr. Holmes. Yes, but overlooks one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is a discrepancy in Miss Power's story, I'm sure. If I can chase it down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, but how that sin you cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What you should ponder first is the victim, who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? was in fact no accident at all. That's what we must establish in the first instance. We already established it, haven't we? The man chipped, or the kitten, that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I will have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Powell's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. This couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show a hand, Mr. Nakodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocal. Oh my god, I cannot pronounce this. Unequivocally that the victim's death was no more accident. Who puts such words into the game? Is this photograph? Can't be anything else. Well, I have 5 attempts. Let's start with this. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. That script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. Maybe he was studying Russian? A simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. What? Russian is simple language? Well... no. Definitely not. Spawn's the hardest one. Doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Well, she's lying, it's kinda obvious. So yeah, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. What? And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the femoral vertebra resulting in instant death. Bolt and bankrupt. Huh? Which means, after the victim fell on the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason, either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Powell told us was true. Russian once told me Russian grammar is impossible, so forget about and I did. Russian grammar. That's right, grammar. But that's the rules that you can remember. Not a problem. Well, but definitely, like every single sentence has tons and tons of comma, what is it, semicolon, etc. Just tons of them, there's tons of rules, when to place it and when it's not. English is much easier, there's like less and less punctuation. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I think you got it. Punctuation. Just less, like most sentences like without any commas at all. Bolton Brackcraft is this British dude who is obsessed with everything Soviet and visits all the ex-Soviet countries, exploring and going on weird little journalist adventures and visiting all Soviet stuff basically. I see. Bolton Brackcraft. very strange nickname. Wait a second. It is nickname, not just name of the channel. And there's tons and tons of rules of the words that changing even their roots when you put it into a different. Wait a second, you don't even have this in English. Don't know how to say that. The words changing their shape when you answer to the question like what, who, where, etc. Every single one is different. It's like in Japanese when you count in objects and the letters become different of the numbers 1, 2, 3, like first, second, third, but there's much more variations depending on the objects that you're counting, like 10 or even more. So every single word in Russian has a variant, especially female and male. That's right, it's very complicated. So I don't simply understand how some foreigner can study it if you have never used it. Alright. Let's see. What? So, Susato-san has noticed this too then. I really forgot what they were talking about. Put on this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. Oh my god, I missed what was this. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. Oh my god. What should I present? Well, starting from 20 is already late. It's already late for me to learn English starting from studies. What should I provide? Mark on floor? Oh yes, right, this one, of course, because the second part was in the other cabin. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. I already know about that. It's broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where the flaw in that was. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. He speaks Hindi? Well, one of the most, like I say, spreaded in India. Wait a second, what is the name of the country? Indian language in India. Well, not the only one. Actually, I had several people from India in my team, the previous one, at Equifax, who were not able to communicate with each other despite they are from the same country. They were using only English. Okay, I will check it later. Offline. Button bankrupt. What? If that's really what happened? Then how did one house a bell and up back here in this cabin? Huh. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in this western paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Palmer? And she said that the door was actually open. No, she was surprised that it was shut. All these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asagi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person smartly arranged the scene to discover the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asagi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Now, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? The head was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. No, yes? And only other person in cabin when young student died was you. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian, there's no way I would have left that message. Not would have, there's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asagi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Even how behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock. In the early hours of the morning, the cabin would have been quite dark. The single, small lamp suspended from the ceiling barely have cast any light into the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You suspect me, don't you? Simon Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join Bird Company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Oh, so that's it. You said that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth spray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Electros and eyes, cabin buckle head was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Oh, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the inside, outside. What? Are you stupid? Spellheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are waterlight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside, operates on needles or magnets. Could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it into me like that? So, Simon Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the methods I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it! Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? He actually did this. A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes? Do you really know what Mr. Sherlock means? Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes. Yes, and so should you. because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to set the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Oh my god. How am I supposed to do it from here? Is it even possible? Can't believe this. Wait a second, but how can I do this? Point out the telling signs. Telling signs, of course! It's right here. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over. This must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in their reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that are unfastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as a force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? That isn't in your book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious that just after the emergency stop the ship made earlier, we had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anyone there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved. But the ship's sudden change of speed. Also force inertia? Inertia. If you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asagi was killed? The SS Gurion made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over just like in Mr. Asagi's cabin. Why? Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Paloma? Are you out of your mind? You say Buri made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. I forgot the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you all need to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, With the focus dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placing of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Holmes, sure it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. Sanson was proud of herself. How dare you mess this ship? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. Now, sure, all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what you must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asanga, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You idiots! What is huge ship with many passengers? If you make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, suddenly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. I have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency limited this vessel last night? Oh my god. It's inside the ship locks? Oh my god, I don't know. How can it be? At 2 AM? I can try. Maybe not. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? No, that's correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your deeds. Do with that? That is mine. Oh, you rather carelessly left it at home the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, you took it into our care with a might return it to you later. And left it there on purpose. That's where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... No, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you'd normally write "nothing to report", wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened here aboard the SS Buddha. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. You're suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Huh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened? Surely all of us would have noticed? It's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so wildly, and the alarm bell was so loud. Can you imagine that anyone would sleep through that if it happened in the dead of night? Hello? That's a good point. Seriously, what? What just happened here? Shadow clothes? Not of the drawing. Sorry? What do you mean? Your hat, man. The drawing of your hat since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have a headache, you're right. Fuck, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. No, have I? So what is the explanation? My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, we've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. It's right, my head's been troubling today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. So there really was a poison? Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Oh well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes? In fact, at all of that, Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh really? So the weekend didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Holmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is it really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Holmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board is a soporific drug. Would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Holmes? Well, Seaman, I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be held all the calls. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I'll tell everything. Huh? I can't make promises like this for everyone anymore. Screwman, are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. They all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything he fame read about. As a Russian, he wanted to help our angel. Don't believe it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, remember now, I did notice chewing on a lump of something station bitter at one point. No, we could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Oh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrades on shore with a small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Burial slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion the evening meals had contained. So, that's what happened. The only person awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the new aborted passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock customer's cabin door. But how does it make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh? I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would only sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkably to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprits brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. So, Stroganoff does this? You have talked a long time and said many things. What is the point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. But did she close the door? Okay, maybe. Someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. I'd like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I'm a sailor, and sailors don't listen too long. Boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our all eyes. Just with our eyes. Allow them all trade. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. Observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. When you think that episode is almost closed, the end. No, actually there's like 0 hours to play. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistants, if you please. Yes, what exactly, Mr. Holmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, for these two prevaricators. What? Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? But tampering with the scent of Mr. Asagi's death. What we are looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. By the way, they fully 2D here. Especially Holmes there. So we are looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh my god. Let's check everything. Have you noticed something significant about Seaman Stroganoff head? What about his face? It's constantly puzzling me. Oh no, sadly not. I was just thinking that if only we'd found it in Kazuma's cabin, it would all be so easy. That's true. I'd drop it as a scent would have been very conclusive evidence. But is it somehow related to the ink? Oh, that's a point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform had at the scent somewhere. It is not a point, at least not one I'd like you to make. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Alien tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea. If I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry, blame those hairy tree trunks. Yes, it was him. It's kinda visible. Oh, look at this! Some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too, it's clear where this came from. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Oh yeah, don't know where the deal comes from. So nothing particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Oh my god. This one. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows. That's what caused a stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink, purple. the penny drops at last. Now you see their significance. Hello, elevator. Popeye? He is the criminal here. The Russian words on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink, so we solved the case, and after this, we solved it again because criminal is different. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin at the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Should we play like Holmes right now? Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buddha do emergency stop and bolt cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like shit. Please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friends. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asagi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Paola then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. It's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing he wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asagi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? No. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you. So is it finally it now? Have you discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? No! Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Holmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, this one particular area in this photo... What, I should show something now? That seems to be someone and oh my god, it's first time! The game's still not solved? What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Holmes now very clever than me. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Each part of this photographic print seems unnatural. He's back? What else could it be? So he was killed? Oh my god. Well, I have 5 tries. Let me see. What else could it be? Okay, I suggest I will just try. Must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When nothing is a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. When not in a crucial point. So I open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. What is he mentioning? It's plain what Mr. Holmes means by unnatural, isn't it? Plain? It's a word written in foreign language underneath his fingers, surely. No? This particular cross detail was orchestrated by the culprits. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? With your hands. It's inside his left hand. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. Should be an easy task. Why do I? This is an easy task. Cousin tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Each part of his print seems unnatural about his closed hand. Alright, he really fell due to unfortunate accident. Then this just doesn't seem quite right. Funny. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palm flat. Yet here, we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. And so, he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Holmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. What? So she killed him? Oh my god. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. Crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tell us nothing. Not so sure that crescent moon looks familiar somehow. sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now. Don't tell listeningly close. How does that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? I really can't believe this. This, like in every single case, there's so many traps and layers. How did they do this? It's much better written than any Chekhov's novel. Well, any other detective story. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Well, it's kinda obvious here. Yep. She has such petty errors among the beautiful hair. I saw it from this side, but I had never tried to check the other one. Like little pink shells. But it was in that human hand, and do you think so? There will be another layer? Who knows? What's that? But what's the point of this in this case? There's something dangling down from her arrow, so like there's no enemies on this ship for her. Yes, that's an errand. But look, it's a crescent moon. Can be no doubt. No, surely. So let's present it. What about the left one? She has such petite arrows among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. What's that? Something attached to her arrow. I'll explain it. That's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. This part of it is missing. Maybe it's broke off. So now all that's left is the glass part that attached to the arrow. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Yeah, she didn't notice. Hi! Miss Paolo, I noticed that on your arm. Even though you have a metal arrow, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other arrow, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it! Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. There is only one logical conclusion. Will you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Spalova. Mr. Asagi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your arrow. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asagi do that? Why did he pull your arrow from your arrow and hold it in his clenched fist beyond its final moments? No. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Paolo, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh, wow. So finally it's done. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, I had my friend in my arms again and was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry about. Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. I had nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. He could... this man... How could this man from a land of the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I will use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. Don't even know why. Don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. So there was a killer, finally. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. Heard Nina cry out and fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went in the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Why do you put sign back? It's strange. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sasato's son started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilled onto writing floor. I wrote garderobe, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe to find stowaway. And tell me, what was the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. That was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. The angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt at little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Still, one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first. Why are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? I'm sorry, I thought that was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, me. And there's one single problem. If you thought it was Inspector who would say it in Japanese, and she would never understand Japanese, and the problem is this game. I was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Oh my god, it's not over. I mean, was Mr. Asagi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Huh? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. He told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. He was looking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Oh, that's kinda obvious. Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can be determined with the young man's gaze was directed. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of the room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Paula visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, there's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you follow in the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Considering everything that had happened last night, suddenly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Japanese? No, impossible. I'm surprised that she speaks English, but she was part of this crew, so yes. Yes, however. What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friends, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asagi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Asagi intended to consult his close friends on the matter. To see if, within them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. No. Sadly, I can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure what Mr. Asagi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. Hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, finally, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buddha was finally laid to rest. PM already. What will happen to Miss Pavlova? Now then, once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Once the Russians tried to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Holmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Steven Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost, good friend. I'll go with Nina. I'll give myself to British police. It's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? No. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We are due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your Passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. It seems that only days ago, Custom and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack. You know, I need to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been probably taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My teacher was to see Asagi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. Have let everyone down. Will he get his identity and travel in Great Britain? I don't know. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. No one blames you, Inspector. And I'm free. What? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a treatment matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's destructive. Sorry? So decided to restore them, for all time's sake. Shall we say? You're a stowaway, after all. Seems this is funny? Mr. Holmes, we did appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, and though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspiration, his honor. Friends, that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. I have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. Just means that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asagi's unfortunate death, I find the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. Okay for me, but Oh, Susato-san. Referrals. The majority of women have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely? But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Holmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualification obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes? Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless I use studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, it's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was patient about it. Can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you witness ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the person of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my reverse to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my revert. Kinda strange that he changed his clothes, but All of them still using the same school uniform? Well, and kimono. Oh, wait a second, it's not kimono, it's sukato. Something like this. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Oh yeah! Sukato and Susato. They're matching each other. There's a connection. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. But I'm not really sure how to pronounce both of them. The naming here closes. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shall grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? Should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. It should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock? You just found out about me stolen away and... No, I won't let you make excuse for me. The cabin door was locked from the inside. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. This number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Yes, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me, do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I never thrown anyone in my life. A very wise Mr. Naruhodo isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Holmes. I observed you throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh well, in a way it's not wrestling but my own interpretation of ancient Jujutsu technique. Jujutsu. Wait a second, yeah, Jujutsu. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How willing. I'm a practitioner of the combative art myself. I'm somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'll be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling throw. Yes, I'll be honored. Then let us not demonstrate my dare, madam. Of course. Are you ready? Mr. Naruhodo, why him? Sorry? As you can see, is thrown from the abdomen. Oh yes, oh resting indeed, and that is what you term the suicidal takedown, is it? Actually no, that was a suicidal squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karma? That's right. It's a priceless word that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. And if you manage to get permission to bring it with you, I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely? A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Helsuke. Can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its holder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Wait a second, sword, family. That's revenge to someone who is your relative? I don't know. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. He must be related to his some relative. And he wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Kill Bill 3? Well, not kill him. The sword just represents his family, so it's just a relation, not killing somebody. And I'm going to seal the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And I have 1 hour and a half for the next episode. So it only 2 parts for this one? Kinda strange. Well, okay. The Adventure of the Runaway Room? Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Well, my dude did create some tea, that's for sure. Now, the third episode? Wait a second, if I hit continue, it's from the light to stay. So not this one. Wait a second. This one? Adventure of the Runaway Room? So, you want to say that Cap is room? Or simply don't know? Not sure though. How do you have tea in Belarus? Is there any specific way to have it? I don't know what to answer to this. Milk and sugar. Anyway, you want it? I am not drinking any sugar and milk, that's for sure. Actually, I'm not consuming sugar at all because I don't simply like it. Tea and coffee must be its natural taste, without any sugar. And milk? Well, sometimes I'm using milk, but usually something like goat milk. So in Belarus, definitely they using it in any ways they wanted. I remember it pretty well. They will send milk, and without milk, and any other types of wait a second, matcha, a green one. What is it? Square, the blackest possible one from China. Let's see. Wait a second. Ah, wait. How's it? It did save it, oh my god. You must continue from the save, of course. So, room release this cap?
記録を読み返すと、あれは19世紀の終わり、厳しい冬のことだった。
At winter?
事件は霧深い深夜のロンドンの街路をひた走る乗り合い馬車の中で起こった。馬車には被害者と容疑者の両名のみ、複数の人間がその事件を目撃した。一体誰が想像しただろうか、この単純極まりない事件があのような恐ろしい結末を迎えることになろうとは。我が友シャーロック・ホームズはあの事件を振り返ってこう言った。思えばあの事件こそは序曲だったのかもしれないね。忘れがたきあの日本人留学生と演じた長い競争曲の始まりだ。
すごい。これって本当に駅なのでしょうか。
駅にせよ違うにせよ、これほどの建造物は見たことがございませんね。
蒸気機関車があんなにたくさん。何なんだこの国は。
It's really like this. Brains go, huh?
なんだか夢みたいです。
これが大英帝国のデータ。
どう？あんたたち。
はい。
乗りなよ。どこへだって連れて行ってやるぜ。
それでは官庁街の高等法院へお願いします。
いいとも。あんたたち最近流行りの留学生ってやつかい？
ええ。
そうかい。 それなら楽しんでいってくれよな。ようこそ世界の中心、大英帝国の帝都ロンドンへ。
So it's London. February. 9 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice Office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing, it's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking, it looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? It's the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. I had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We're supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazama can't. No. So instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazama-sama's death. Yes. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazama's place at the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. In Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. And the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London, well, London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. He is evil, isn't it? I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. No, don't mention it. Never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. Mal Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. Ryusuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Oh yes, thank you. What, I can present something to him? What do you have? Armbands. An armband I inherit from Kazama. Identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Let's see. It says Scales of Justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they are warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they are the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavier on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. The word's name is embroidered on the inside here, look. Customer asks again. Really? So, no, first should be us again. Oh, wait a second. Of course you can't read this. But this long line actually means that something was doubled, isn't it? But which part? I don't know. Had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain, I'm sure he would have found the tools he longed for him. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armor, so... Yeah, looks like that's all. And if I look around, look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Alright. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susata? It tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. How did she get this incredible tome? Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They come from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you would hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. About Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Really? I mean, it's out of place. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It's more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. I know that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Looks like that's all. No, not that's all. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think it might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those mirrors are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive, even. It's really. You think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief's Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy finding around these machines, don't they? I'm sure you could fiddle with clocks that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the clocks make, considering how large they are. Actually, something quite soothing about them, says Will. Now let me present this. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sir? Now the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. So, London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Well, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. Simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage all the way here from the station. Everything so impressive and grand, saying almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. You like it. City was tramways, piped water and gas, and cables supplying electricity. He spearheaded every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saying it there, son. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Culture and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind of history, and will make Paris World's Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. And if you do say so yourself, the sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that, in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asugi, if memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing, the news reached him before we even arrived. The country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the said news in person. Tell me, you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangements can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he know? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. Continue on the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice and Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. He would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lure from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lore from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lore was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asage. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. The thing is, it isn't going well at all. Just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, could ruin things here if I'm not careful. I'm going to say. If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as Loro, it's me! It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. I had customer to help me, and I was accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. It went all about British law and court proceedings, while I was on board with SS Burial. Wait a second, you want to say that they will change on the court now here? Because it will be a different country. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Now that you might call a full... not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. Unless it's far too short a period of time. But you can't just go back to Japan. Furthermore, Mr. Asagi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about, have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself. I will do anything to prove that I have what it takes, any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too project. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asage planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter fractions there all of a sudden? Very well. Have you wish, I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer, whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test already? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. It's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial is it, Lord Stoneheart? Yes, good question. Oh, I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, understand? You really can't lose. It's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? Be put to death? In Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exceptions. Presumably, you read that much in your short scene-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. It's only with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I performed in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Interesting. Can this question be a test itself? What is if he really criminal? Just let's see if I won't do it. There cannot be any punishment for this, isn't it? Alright then, I'll have to give you a decision. Come to it, I can't get the words out. What he was trying to say, my answer is... 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. This was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? Have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord, Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. No way, I was right? I'm sure that defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, Is there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But did you say that? I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant, in this case, has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. Trial will become without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most thorough sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that this is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? Or what do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree, but in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Wow, he's gone. The Old Bailey. If you're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo must leave at once. Now let's move. Let's see, so this is the office of Lord Chukasha Strongheart in Britain's great capital city, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echoed tick of the mass cogwheels lend it an air of authority. And London's highest criminal court is an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. That's where I'm take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. And the chamber? Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 50 minutes until the trial begins. Who knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast? My teeth were going to rattle loose. Yeah, what I said to the driver when he climbed aboard. Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's again in it for you. Wait a second, it's literally a phrase from Sherlock Holmes. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Wow. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least you arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there is that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The chronicler said that the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Looks like if I sense right, the clouds. So this is the Old Bailey. In this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I was constantly surprised by... and still I don't understand why the design of the... wait a second, helmets is like this. Well, okay, the top is okay, but bottom this? Why it's here? And by the way, the same for Japan. Why they actually putting it under the nose? No, seriously. Nose will hold it? Oh, I am wrong. In Japan, they actually try to hide their face like this. But in this case, there's still no answer. Alright. I feel intense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Impressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crash whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you to defend is, I imagine he is feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. You? What are you doing? Follow me here? Things are fairly desperate, aren't they? Sorry? When you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are you? We are from Japan, yes. Oh, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? You know, we just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. So, no place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, I haven't found a place to stay yet, no. It's wrong, it's wrong. Let me start by giving you 1,000 years, saying nothing now. 1,000 years? Please, miss, so, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 years is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Is that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. It hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fellow. I'm not giving it no strings attached. I'll be wanted you to do something for me. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me a good sell here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'll be my lawyer, but it's just a little detail now. Well, the thing is... Don't worry about the thing. I think. All you have to do is stand out there next to me, nothing more. Why does he actually put some accent to his speech? Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but... A goose? Well, we're going to protect him, so he can't be criminal this time. This goose. Does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Master of Blazes, do you not know who I am, me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, placed in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It calls McGilded's Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Cockney? Who is Cockney? What is this? He all looks like a pimp to me. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. It's an accent. Very strange. It's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city. It's quite old people. Working class? White Londoners? That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Extraordinary. Oh, but now they going to say I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police? I ask him. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catch his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we are actually here in London to study British law. We are law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. Not many left. Then now, mostly moved to Essex and can because of extreme immigration into their areas. I do understand them. I do understand. So if you don't have a lawyer who's a child yet, you'll be happy to put yourself in our hand. What was that after seeing you soft-edged? What? Can't understand here. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'll be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. I've given you 1,000 yenas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a family claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all. Also, it's a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer? I mean, that would be the fault of the Reaper. What? This case will be about the Reaper? Sorry, did you just say Reaper? Yeah, the Grim Reaper of the Valley, Lord Barak-1-6. He's a prosecutor, oh my god. No, just a prosecutor. Lord Barak von Zix? How to pronounce this? The prosecutor is a Grim Reaper? When 1-6... Oh my god. Let's see what was it's in the original. Oh, of course there will be kanji. Oh, kanji, yeah, kanji. Oh my god. Zix. Why is they not, I don't know, using hiragana? It would be much easier to understand what they're trying to actually name him. Zix. Where is it? Barak 1-6 was a legendary British prosecutor. What? He's a real person? Can't be. Zix. Barak. Where's my... I don't know. Google. Zix. Barak 1-6. Alright, let it be Barak 1-6. And without any music here. Barak 1-6. 1-6. 666. Let it be 6. I'll check later what's exactly its name. When 1-6 stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been dumped. What? How this game is still historical? Well, kinda yes. Sherlock Holmes is fictional character, that's for sure. So it's reached the desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against a fellow at all. You could say he's living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, or Mark 1-6. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. But listen, his accent just disappeared. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. I thought that Bailiff was actually some last name, but no, it's actually occupation? Let's make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, this time. Well done, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, you made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, when you know. There's no accident. I can assure you of that. It's fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only things I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. The ground's too glitchy. Mr. Naruhodon, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom. Harvey has nothing to defend himself. He has something that Kazama would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense. What are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening, son. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazama. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Exactly 10 AM? What? Why is there 6 judges? It was really the scene 6 of them? How about 3? Oh, wait a second. Who's they? Reaper Street TV? Serious? Never heard about this. And after Infamous, check the Reaper Mothers. Not at all. Centuries of history in this place is wow, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Did he say? So this is the highest court of Graviton. Okay. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. But there was a country. Determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solo affair. Well, about River, there were so many books, including Sherlock Holmes. Not by Condor, but somebody else, but it was here. I remember it pretty well. Actually had it. but didn't read it. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. He's vampire! In the name of your majesty, the queen, I humbly declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Must be the Reaper of the Barrier. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be farther from ready if I tried. His face is so blue, or actually purple. Those eyes please me, Nipponis. They showed your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They ran wild, linked into some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lump. Cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Wait a second. British islands. Isn't it the same size as Japan? I'm not sure, I don't know. Is it not the British way to ignore the danger to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Macreal, the fine gentleman in London has him here. Do you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government last day? So please, maybe go and play in McGill's park. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is really behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with his words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. So it's jury? Wait a second, why do you have a name? That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send orders to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. In the manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. And she ignored everything? And you too? No, I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish this meats for my grandson. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the juror determines guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the juror give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clearer if the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor 1 Dickens. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I am known as the Reaper of the Valley, my lord. Familiar rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware of? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Wait a second, was this was something Grandhart or something was aware about this prosecutor? Because he said that case will be super easy, but now how can be easier? Now so, open statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. Late evening, 3 days past. Some minutes after 10? Wait a second, it's night. Well, okay. 20 to 10, something. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Fired Mason. Maker of building bricks. Fired Mason. Okay. Sorry? Yes? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in series on the streets of London at the time. The dagger that had been thrust in the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. One second. Thank you, Consul. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Okay, a report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhage as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. And a photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old screwed hat. And let me check it. So, victim, age 54, brickmaker. It is February, 10 p.m. 11 p.m. Stabbed once at the abdomen with a knife, whilst journeying in an omnibus. died due to internal. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce it. Resulting from the trauma. Actually, in Russian it will be blood leaking. Much easier to pronounce, even in English. Okay, so there's no button. Kinda obvious. And it's gone. But looking at him, it can be go like nature by itself. So that's it. Nothing else. Alright. Why is he here? 50 years old. 48. Defending this case, he's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I'm to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. The victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who lived in the East End. Okay. The prosecution wishes to submit this as well. And these are... Good lord! Is it blood council? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them? Probably an accident. He tripped and fell on the knife. Actually, there was a situation when people actually... No, they were jumping on the knives that one man was actually carrying. But he was sentenced to death because he somehow killed 10 people, something, not sure. Sat down to rest on a bench. He was riding on omnibus. Yes, I will accept this as evidence as well. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident there's a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? Let's examine it. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was doing with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Huh, pity. Only he'd been left-handed. Actually, what will it change? It doesn't matter where you'll be, like, having a knife in your hands. Coin, yes, but knife? Seeing what on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. And so what's so special about it? Only blood here. And actually, if you use it to kill somebody, why actually blood should be on your glove? He was not touching the body. It's impossible. If it actually like spilled, like it was artery or something, the blood must be all over him, not just glove. Let's see, what is next? I'm backed into a corner before it even started. Continue. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was a deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Mason? The other was the accused, Marcus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a scene. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I am taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. I'm claiming to have been asleep. That's the motion of the carriage, my lords. You think so it is, and when I open my eyes again, was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yours, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to have a fella bleeding from his stomach? Ah, that's why the blood is here. I wasn't about to start worrying about the gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the gloves and after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, the statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? It's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses. Those the precise moments at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order. It's order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. There were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, Consul. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we'll hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Well, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, they don't call me Bippo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. To your hat. My name's First, Lady First. Lady First? Make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is it correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. As he's facing to the right, what the witnesses saw? It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were set next to each other inside the bus. They sitting next to each other, like left and right. Simply not possible to kill. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and punched a knife right in his guts. Really? That's right. I stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. What does it mean? As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Didn't I just say that there were only 2 of them? So they saw them from some distance? Let's see. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. This man witnessed the incidents in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, Consul? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How? Wait. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. Do you in London yourself? Are really so ignorant about our omnibuses? I'm really so ignorant. I don't know. Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? No. Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What? Do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Well, bring forth the stricken omnibus. Anyway, I don't understand how they saw what was inside. So that's an omnibus. Their omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Let's go to drawing room. The way on top, you want to say? 4 passengers sit inside in the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop, deck above. 1-6 looks a hell of a lot like a vampire. That's what I said when I saw him first. Poison drinks his weak some blood at night. It's why he's Reaper. He flies, but not drinking, just killing them all. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the so they were on top of an omnibus. Really, on top? Well, let me check the picture. I thought it was inside. It looks like inside. How can it be on top? What the heck? They already lying. It's definitely inside. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Wait a second, they were sitting on top and so was inside. Oh my god. Skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. It is how they came to witness the crime incident. Why both of them actually were looking inside? Through the skylight. It makes perfect sense. Well, console, this is a first. In it's fake hair wig, isn't it? In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime, where passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof decks at night. I believe it, the entire crime scene entered as evidence. Can I explore it? I actually can, oh my god. So he's on top. London Fifth Avenue. Job Masters, London Head Office. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so. I can't imagine how cool it must feel. It just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Sunday Undercover. Well, definitely something else was changed by this version, maybe not, I don't know. Can I check the bottom of it? Oh, kinda obvious. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder, it's horrible. No, kinda nice that you can check everything. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle. 1 second. Or cage of any description. So suppose it can be opened from inside the cabin, at least. And basically 5 minutes left. Oh, there's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn. There's a crystal... Wait a second, Crystal Tower! See, we're going to destroy Crystal Tower. The centerpiece is a whole exposition. Well, kinda obvious that everything's connected here. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. This seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. So that was for belongings, okay. Feeding tops, tools repair wheels, blankets, horseshoes, shoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. It doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. I don't know. I was using it on the train. Okay, nothing else. And blood that soaked into the seat, the victims obviously. Yes, and the seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. You really stop somebody in full view of the other passengers, like that, I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Sheer way you look at it, doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Right. Maybe the solve for this? Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. What else can I check? Like, nothing except this. Wait a second, they climbing this together on top? Oh my god. Like, not everyone can do this. And why actually to go up if it's winter? So many questions. Alright, I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Anyway, it's done. Let us continue with proceedings then. The cross-examination console. I don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intrigue. What's cases? Something. Well, British courts cross-examination rights. It's different. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Leonsky. Focus. What the witnesses saw? Well, right now it's totally the same. We can press for presence? What? Well, press? Just to be sure, I'll better save here. I will check this cross-examination and that will be all for the day, but I'll spend some time on it. So, it was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers, I remember it well. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? What is this? What is this? They didn't explain this. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, yes, they explained this. You can look around this. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, it was so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. There's nothing special about this. And what's the point will be if you pursue somebody else? Mr. First. How can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Not particular, sir, no. Replicon? This one? It's not green? If anything. He's telling me he said half of his. Has he greased his head? Dear sir, my heart's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. The green one? The first one? Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful. I should wear that simple. No, I didn't finish with this one. It was so cold, it was freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is it correct? Yes, that's right, sir, not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, so no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime scene. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. So it's not okay. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what is being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight on the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. Kinda strange. They did replace him. 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Wait a second. Look at this. I cannot see any like gloves on his hands. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. Really wish there was. So out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Or are you fail Dinkum? Hardworking city bunkers not considered trustworthy these days. No, I didn't mean that. This is no good. Really could his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw and What? What just happened? They can interrupt you? What was this? What you saw in a little more detail if it's... Room number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like this thinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me What do you mean what you said about Leprechaun? What did you say about him? We already losing, I can't believe this. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What's going on here? What's that? What's happening here? Let me see. Oh yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. Is fire? Apparently yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. And the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So, if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now even more words than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledged the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Huh? It's a nightmare. But what if I repeat what was on the left? It somehow didn't finish it. Or you want to say that I will lose here? Actually, so the exact moment it happened. Alright, it's twice set. I found that can okay, this one. So, it's no good. I've really got his backup. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if you don't mind. Why don't you ask the young man next to me? Oh, me? Oh well, yes. So you cannot simply press on every single one of them. Can't believe this. Why not? That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed like this, couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you see. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, Zero. I was up on the roof seat. This I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stopped. And being thinking about a new hand design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife, but this means you didn't see it. A green side indeed. Didn't help me at all. She look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. They also have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. Hurst. Yes? Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Consul. It's a blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. It's a blade of considerable size, Consul. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is embossed prominently with a certain initial. The letter M. Moriarty, which seems oddly familiar. Huh? Yes, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are ants everywhere. Yes, like in lesson. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of wonder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling counsel. A large knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you will give the interruption another guilty verdict, I can't believe this. That's why common people should not be allowed in court. Let's see at least. That part is a shells? Sheath, isn't it? I don't know. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. It's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in denying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, that looks a lot like blood. Sure is blood, the victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Do you think it wouldn't? Sorry. It's just that we have only just arrived here, in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. And Oriole's letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. But I don't know at all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, so that he was quickly quashed. Okay. I believe that's all for this knife. Alright. My lord, if you will give the interruption. I'm sure number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. You got it. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait. What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-references all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Now what the heck? Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. Had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, just makes the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. Still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. Just give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. What? Alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. Just just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the screams, stopped my bus and then I saw it. You want to say that if I press on here, I will lose? Let's see. What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger collapsed on the floor, obviously you are referring to the victim, to the mason, the brickman. And then the other passenger had that knife in his... What? But on the photo it's inside the body. But the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then plunged down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. On the floor. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? And the master of the London Guild of Coachmen. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Couldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Please, just keep an open mind. A little longer. Yup, now, Zero Blaze. The finish is in sight. Pippa is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Yes, too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, sir? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why you yet to pronounce your linen? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get it on with my needle. There's a lovely little park now where I live, McGillett Park it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stop someone, surely. Other, maybe go to the McGillen's public library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. What? And one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the cross! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. Never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that? The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financing liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus MacGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute, had lost his house, had not a shilling with which to repay his debts, and in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus MacGilded. Don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Susato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. MacGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? It's blood. It's blood. And the sliver on the bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, it is Lord 1-6 hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As general assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. The pity is that your display of courage is in vain. This is a debtor's ledger. She tells all monies. Once by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Well, it's toast. I gladly accept this new evidence. Catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendants at a high rate of interest. Who loans the victim who owed 20 years? But it's not... okay, it's not much for them. Oh yes, 20 years. The victim owed a considerable sum. Let me just check it. Considerable sum. Oh, I can open it only. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we'll not find Mr. Holmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Is his name here? Gosh, it's crowded full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? But not everyone in this country is well off. Oh goodness, what is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. What's his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Nice. Among the defendant's list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repaying his loan imminently. Bunker. Alright. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, there's the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel! What? Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more. Don't stand for nonsense. Holy shit. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will announce the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict? It's awesome. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense. What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the president judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. What? Yes, I know what should be done. A summation examination? A summation examination? From which century has that tomb you have there been resurrected? Judging from the meaning, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. And a modern text in British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination. One moment and I'll read about it. You demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To what exactly? Appeal to them to change their linen and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury mind would be hard enough, let alone thorough. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I suggest that also it may be antiquated and largely forgotten. It isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh my god, it's almost midnight. Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Like, there's no other choice. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain barred. But if it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. Madness. Herman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Huh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received. See so. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. It was irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying law. It seems to have thrown their jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. Summation examination. Defense procedure. No practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus MacGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. The jurors' contentions. Maybe it's time actually to finish it. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. And what? It's on string? So it has to have been him. Okay, let me save here. Seriously, it's very late. I thought that we'll check it for 5 or 10 minutes, but it's already 36 minutes, oh my god. It's time to sleep. No, it's very nice innovation. Especially, what can you sniff here? I doubt it's real. 5 hours 34 minutes. Yeah, we'll continue tomorrow. The game becomes interesting with every single case. Seriously. Yeah. Let's see who should I rate. Who is still online? And as I can see, Mr. Golden Watch playing Pokemon. Still online, I hope. Well, he can go offline, of course, at any minute. Explain it for 100%. So, let's go. Thank you for stopping by, everyone. Amy Raba, Spark. See you next time. Oh yeah, Kuluk, of course, was here. The requester. Alright. Bye. And good night, maybe.